Nick, it looks like the star crystal tree stored a lot of starlit crystals. Let's head to the Sea of Stars and take a look.
Hi. We're playing Infinity Nikki today. I'm just still kind of setting up and make sure everything's a go. I have a little crochet Nikki doll that my aunt made for me. It's so cute. I've been busy and I ended up sleeping like 12 hours yesterday and tonight. I'm not like mentally tired. It's just my body is just like still in relaxed mode after sleeping so long. Oh yeah. There's two things going around the Infinity Nikki fandom about the latest chapter that annoys me. One is with Mothus and their scarred faces. A lot of people are like, oh, they were Brixolians, but they pulled out their scales. I'm like, uh, no? Where'd you get that from? The Knight never became Parksolian, and they never, so they never had scales to begin with. And I think the marks on their cheeks are from them rotting, but that star shape on their head they all have, that's not from rot. That is definitely represents where they came from. We might learn more about that later. Who knows? But I thought it was interesting. And the other thing is people calling Asuna evil. Because of her response to, would you do it again? Her response is not, oh yeah, I would do it all again. It's when she took the mark, she had, at the time, she had resolved herself not really to regret her actions. So basically, she's saying she's not going to worry about what ifs and all of that. She's gonna focus more on her people, basically. Her response is, ah, yeah, I would do it again. It's, I have made my choice when I took the mark of the cycle. That is not the same as, oh yeah, I would do it all again. Why do people think like, ah yeah, she would do it all again? She is basically saying she has made peace with her decision. And she's not going to worry about what ifs this, what ifs that. Mango? Are you wanting to be cuddled? Yeah. Yeah, Mango. Gosh. Alright. Message. Oh, it's today. Oh. I'll have to grab that. Sorry, I was looking at a message on Infinity Nikki. Mango, could you stop pressing all the keys? But yeah, it's so annoying. And people are mischaracterizing Asuna. And some people are like, ah, oh yeah, we love evil woman. And I'm like, but she's not evil. She just had good intentions for people and just made the wrong decisions. But not out of malice or any of that. Mango. Where do I start on? Yesterday I was just too exhausted to do any of the daily stuff at the time. Yeah. Could you stop trying to take too many screenshots, Mango? I know this is your favorite game. Hmm. Queen! I'm doing good. I just had 12 hours of sleep, so if I seem sleepy, that's because my body is still like in sleep mode after sleeping so long. No, that was sleep. I slept through the night too. I slept 12 hours. That's not including the naps I took, I believe. I was tired. Loading screen? Yeah, I did show Asuna to some of my friends, and they're like, that looks a lot like a character from Elden Ring. And I'm like, really? Huh. Interesting. And I saw pictures. I thought her helmet didn't come with wings at first, but apparently they do. So they look very similar. Melania, I think? Give me a sec. What's the character's name again? Melania, yeah. Did my game just crash? It just crashed. Gosh dang it. Mango. What is it? Okay, I'm home.
Where should we go explore next?
Oh. Who's the game lagging so much? Mango, are you taking over my entire desk? Yeah. She's like, this is my desk now.
Yep.
She has decided this is her desk. Get all that. noticed something. This update released July 16th, but it's now the 18th of August. The next update should have come out by now. But we still have like several days. 9 days. It's still a long time. Alright, I'm gonna do the extra stuff later. What are you doing, Mango? Loud. How's the sound, by the way? Okay, okay. Mango, you're making me feel sleepy. Stop it. Upgrade Eureka. What are you doing? What are you doing? So silly. So silly. Oh, I can't do it because of where I'm at. I'm just petting a sleepy kitty at the moment. Your fur's so soft, Mango. It's so soft. Your fur's so soft. Also, these are new outfits. I think I need to defeat all the others for that one. Do the stylus battles, I mean. No, I haven't pulled on any outfits actually. Hmm. Yeah, I haven't gotten any of the outputs. The one I thought of getting is this one. I wanted to see if I could get around the wall if there's stairs or something. I'm not seeing it. Up here. No, I do not have the ballerina outfit. So yeah. So the fact that it's a little silly. A lot of the people have been saying the scars on Mothos' face is from them ripping out the scales. But I think the ones on their cheek is from the rotting, and the ones on their forehead is a ritual scar. From the land they came from. Something terrible is looking there. Mystery. That is an interesting name. The 19 part, not so much, but the mystery one. Do they like mysteries? I chose for herself, but you still kept the number. Yeah. I have some chips. Since it's been so hot lately, I'm trying to make sure I get some salt. It's been like 95 Fahrenheit, 100 Fahrenheit, which was like 37 Celsius. It's been hot here. And work has us doing odd errands for other departments, so we've had to push carts in very hot weather. Hmm. Hmm. It's okay. Not really what I want to do long term. Um, the GM stuff is fine, but having to do other stuff in other departments is a little annoying. I definitely don't like working in grocery. It also seems like they're trying to get me to do 5 days of work starting next week. Which I'm getting a little annoyed at. Because next week I have to work on Tuesday, which means no stream Tuesday. So I don't know. And they're having me work a lot of hours. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out how I get up there. But yeah, hmm. Like, I do, like, enjoy some of the work, just not all of it. And it makes me really tired. Left to right. Hmm. Aww. Spin flowers. Aww. No. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. No.
You.
It's actually really sweet. It's just a birthday celebration. Not a curse. Yeah. Hmm? I'm really quiet today. I'm just thinking. There are no souls in Havens which don't need to be buried. Plain this almost accept. To be honest, I can no longer tell what I'm really playing. Mm. There isn't a place for something like this. Something should have been forgotten a long time ago. I look at my memory. I almost forgot to myself. My name is Espen. I'm a member of Mopus. My skills are turning white. My time is running out. I thought I was ready to leave this world behind, but after hearing you play the fairy sounds, I realized there's some things I need to take care of. I want to do something now, I just want to leave something behind. That's why I have a rather big request. I hope you can stay with me until I finish the things I need to do, just to bear witness. I know this is quite a strange request. It puts you in a difficult position. Feel free to refuse. I would completely understand. Agreed to help. I spent most of my life in Malthus, and before I leave, I'd like to go back and take care of things. Interesting. But yeah, it's just... I've been thinking about a little bit about the story, and then reading some of the players' comments, and it's just like, why do so many players think Asuna is evil? She's made mistakes that has definitely caused harm to someone, yes. But she basically, her answer is not, oh yeah, I would totally do this again. Her answer is, she doesn't really want to think of what ifs or regrets anymore. She wants to just move forward. She moved forward. And basically she's saying, I have resolved myself to the consequences my actions would do already. So there's no point of thinking of what ifs or regretting what she had done. And it's more like she is basically taking responsibility for the consequences of her actions. Instead of just being like, what if I did this different? Because that's the past. And she knows she cannot change it. And even though she had doomed her people to be in Cogbots for who knows how long, she had also given them a few hundred years of peace. I think the real evil is that prophecy stone. Yes, it's done, like, good. But it's like, for a lot of the things that were inanimate objects are very complicated to understand. It gave the simple truth, but when it comes to people, I think the prophecy stone just states what they're about to do in the future at the moment they read the prophecy stone. Meaning, if they had never read the prophecy stone, Asuna would have never done that. Done what she'd have done. I don't think the Nine even understood what exactly the prophecy stone was. My question is, what happened to the prophecy stone? Did they give it to the Lords of Darkness? I'm wondering. Probably. And the reason why Asuna killed them is because she realized they had become what they hated the most. No. Oh gosh. Asuna's not evil. Her actions have caused harm. Yes. I'm not doing well on the timing of this. Oh, this is difficult. Hmm. I'm having really a hard time getting the one on the top left. Hmm. Yeah, I'm able to get past the first one, but the second one's really difficult. So yeah. Basically, she's not saying she would do it the same way again. She's basically saying that she has resolved herself to her choices, whether they are right or wrong. Basically, she's saying she's not going to regret what she did because she still did what she thought was best for her people, even if it was misguided. The problem is one is going left and the other one's going right, and they don't really align at any point to go up or left. Basically, I think she's just... Yeah, true. It does sound like a fancy way of saying, whoops, we can't do everything right. But, to be honest, she was misled. She didn't know the dragon she imprisoned was not the god Icarus. She's never met Icarus. Icarus was probably in a weakened state when she came around. And wasn't really interacting much with the world at that point in time because issues. So she probably didn't realize that the dragon she was talking to was a baby. And that prophecy stone, it tells what the truth of an object. And the tricky part is when doing something when trying to find the truth of the person, that truth can change the second you interact with the prophecy stone. How am I even supposed to do this? Okay, I'm gonna have to try that another time. That one is difficult. Game. Alright, supposed to go here, but, book. Yeah! That's who I was talking about. Asta. Tactic. Okay. Sorry, I got absorbed in reading this. Basically, Asa knows she made mistakes. And she knows that when Mothis was starting to go astray after Black Sheep died, she realized they became what they hated the most, and realized that their actions were leading them down a path they never wanted to go down. So that's why she killed them all. Was she perfect? No, but she realized she got what she wanted. Did she make mistakes? Absolutely. But she got a few hundred years of peace for her people, and she understood that her way of doing it was not the best way. And that she's flawed, but she's not going to linger on regrets for something she really had no control over. You may say, oh, she didn't have to imprison Icarus. But the thing is, she was listening to Mothis because they had helped her people. They had found that they had figured out why the stone was calling monsters to their city. And were able to put a stop to it using this prophecy stone. So, definitely a little complicated relationship there. She trusted them. So, she listened to them. Queen's not even here, but I'm talking about it. But yeah. Although this is a very limited form of democracy that failed to account for potential vote manipulation, it is still a rare example of an electoral system for its time. Yeah, that was because the potential vote manipulation was an bit of an intentional thing because they were not looking really for candidates but for someone to assassinate. Excerpt from a popular science lecture. How about recipient? Wait, what was that last part? May each of you find your own answers within the boundless sea of stars. Interesting. Yeah. I don't trust the prophecy stone. Because, well, for inanimate objects, their truth is and will forever be that. Like the soul stone. That is set. And like, oh, how do you make stuff from it? Use prophecy stone. Ah, yes, you use the stone. Here's how you make it. Gives details on it. That is set in stone, but someone's future, a person who has free will's future, it's not always set. So the prophecy stone may change once you look at the prophecy stone. So your entire future could change if you just took a look at the prophecy stone and be like, what is my fate? And they're like, ah, because you looked at the stone, this is your fate. Oh, here it is. But if as we do wander through her memories, she does wonder if she is doing what is right for her people. Come on. Just trying to get this chest over here. But for her people, she wasn't just a king, she was equivalent to a god to them. Even if they believed her dead, they still worshipped her. yeah. As a whole, Mothas is just a group of people who wanted to find out their own truths in their own way. And I think the Nine did a social job with Mothas being just a group of people just trying to find a place to belong. Their leaders, yes, their intentions got twisted and corrupted, but the curse was basically causing them to lose their minds and hallucinate. Hmm. But their main message was to find an end to suffering. And that was their original goal. They wanted to find a world where no one would suffer ever again. And internally, they held an intense hate for gods. And because they thought Yuffie was Icarus, they did not see any wrong hurting her. They had no way of knowing Yuffie was tricked into pretending to be Icarus. And I'm thinking that the Titans had not even, during that time, the Titans hadn't even had a chance to meet with the dragons. The dragons were trying to keep the soul rift going and were slowly dying out at that time. So the dragons couldn't really leave the boneyard, and the Titans seem to have been fighting monsters and behemoths at that time. And they decided to move from the Elderwood Forest to atop a mountain that was isolated. They still got attacked by monsters, but it was soon found out that what was tracking them was the Soul Stone. I'm wondering why the Soul Stone attracted monsters, though. That's a good question. If you put it together and analyze every bit and part of it, Black Sheep was the one keeping the group together and trying to keep them on this straight, narrow path they were trying to tread on. But that straight, narrow path was crumbling underneath their feet. And they didn't understand what was right or wrong either. They were trying to escape a place that caused them an immense amount of trauma. And they simply wanted to live. I think they were all fated to die young. Like, maybe in their 20s or 30s. So, they simply wished to live out a longer life than that. And as a result, it caused them to live a lot longer than they should have. But they got things done, and they would eat and cry, shit, sleep, so their bodies wouldn't rot further. I think they were already dying. They were already, like, cursed to die. And Yuffie's curse just made it worse. I think Yuffie's curse affected their souls, and not just their bodies. So their bodies are deteriorating, and along with their soul, and their souls are desyncing with their bodies. And they're simply going insane after that. And without Black Sheep to guide them, they're just lost. They're heading towards. They're heading across the bridge, blinded, and they don't realize they took a wrong turn somewhere, and have fallen off. Like, Poet even said himself, he's not lucid most of the time. When we meet Poet, he's probably, like, in a deranged state. I don't think any of them could have been considered fit to lead themselves at that point. And when the Lords of the Abyss reached out a hand, they were like, oh yeah, sure, we'll take it. And we're led further astray. I don't know what happened to the Prophecy Stone, but I'm having a feeling they gave it to the Lords of Abyss. The problem is, that Prophecy Stone is probably 100% based on a person's actions. And a lot of times when people come across a prophecy, they tend to follow through with that prophecy by trying to avoid it. So when Asa looked into the Prophecy Stone like, ah yes, I see what your future holds after looking at me. Yeah, this is what's gonna happen. Your people are gonna fall with the fall of their wise king. Basically, when Asuna dies, her people dies. And that's exactly what happened. Asuna dies and her people die. As a consequence of Asuna's actions. The Prophecy Stone only tells you the consequence of one's actions. But in a vague way. Asuna did not realize her actions following the Prophecy Stone would result in this. She did not understand that the Prophecy Stone is a tricky thing that if you look at it, you're doomed. If you don't look at it, you're curious. For objects, I really do think it tells the full truth because those objects, whether they look at the Prophecy Stone or not, are always the same. The stone's always going to be a soul stone. Granite's always going to be granite. But a person's going to change based on the information they are given. So the Prophecy Stone, because Asuna looked at it, gave her information of the action she was going to do based on her looking at the Prophecy Stone. The Prophecy Stone only tells you the conclusion, but not how you get to that conclusion. So, self-fulfilling prophecies, basically. If someone else had looked at the Prophecy Stone and was like, what is Asuna's fate? It would have probably told a totally different thing based on whether that person would have told Asuna or not. And that may have changed everything. Such a thing, like a Prophecy Stone, is so complicated. And neither Mathis or Asuna actually truly understood what it did. Mathis stole it from their homeland as they were fleeing. And used it to gain the trust of Asuna. So Asuna saw the stone as basically something that tells the truth, the facts about something. And it does. But what is not considered is with something with free will. The prophecy is only talking about one branch someone can take, when there's other branches someone can take. And like based on one's actions, this branch was chosen because the prophecy stone was like, ah yes, since you looked at me, this is your fate. And they didn't really understand that. They didn't understand that her looking at the prophecy stone sealed her fate, and that her end was the end of her people was her own doing. It just said that her people would fall with their king, and Asuna got afraid of dying, of her death leading to her people's downfall, which caused her to accept being soul transferred from one person to the next. Ridiculous, I know. If Asuna had not looked at the prophecy stone and had focused on her daughter becoming a wise king too, they could have avoided this. But we would have never got to meet Asuna. And they said that as long as we could create a new god, we would be in control of our own destiny. Basically, far from there, we want to live in a godless world to we want to create a god. Hi, welcome back. I was talking about the prophecy stone. That sort of thing is very, very tricky lore-wise. Basically, when Asa looked at the prophecy stone, she had ended up being on the path that the prophecy stone showed her. Prophecy stones are tricky things. For inorganic objects that cannot choose their fate, the stone just shows them the truth of the thing. But for a person, it most likely only shows one branch that they'll most likely follow, and not all the other branches of paths they could take. So because Asuna looked at the prophecy stone, she ended up in a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because of that stone, she chose to soul transfer herself to one person to the next and keep ruling in order to keep her people from falling, because she thought if she died a natural death, her people would fall after her. When in fact, the stone was actually saying, after this, you're going to make a choice that will cause your people to fall when you die. But it's very vague and not specific. It just tells you the conclusion of something, not how it was formed, how it was made, or what led to it, but the conclusion and the final result. That type of thing is insanely tricky. Because you have to first think, is this prophecy a result of me looking at the stone? And also, like here, they said that this is so off track for Malthus. They originally wanted to create a world without a god. Now they're trying to create a new one. Basically, I don't think all the people in Mothas are bad. They've just been led down a path that because they couldn't find answers. And I think the Nine themselves were led astray too without their black sheep. Hmm. Hmm. When in reality it was just returning the mark of the cycle and fixing the soul rift. Fixing the soul cycle, reincarnation cycle. Return to the crater of reincarnation. So I'm assuming they took the mark of the cycle away from out of the cradle of reincarnation. Don't know how they got to the cradle of reincarnation, but I'm assuming that's what they did.
Nikki, this is it!
And I'm guessing his brother died. Oh, baby. But yeah. Such a thing as a prophecy stone is tricky business. I think that's also what probably drove their god mad too. To me, it seems like it's basically good intentions paved the road to hell. They were good intention. They started with good intention. But there was so much they didn't know, which caused so much misunderstanding and harm. They didn't know the dragon that came to see them about the mark of the cycle was not Icarus, but a baby dragon named Ethna instead, who was tricked by an unknown voice that was mimicking Icarus's. And it's like, let's play a game. And she's like, okay. Are you sure you're Icarus? He's like, yeah, I'm Icarus. Come play. So, they had doubts, but because she thought it was a game and she was supposed to keep quiet about it, Euphis never said anything. Because she's a child and she was trying to play by the rules of the game. I don't blame her for getting angry at the people who did this to her. Even if it was too accurate, it would have been a tragic thing to do. yeah, you can get mad at Asuna for her actions. She was actively killing her subjects in order to continue living a long life. But you have to keep in mind of what started it. She was afraid if she had died, everyone would fall with her. And yeah, that's actually what did happen. When she died, everyone fell with her. It did happen, but as a result of her own actions. That is not what the prophecy stone tells how things are going to happen based on the actions of the person. So it's like, would Asuna have done the same thing if she had never looked at the prophecy stone? Maybe if she had been told by Malthus, hey, we looked into your future through the prophecy stone and told us, maybe she would have done that. Oh. Mango's very, very fuzzy. Ah! Oh, there's a chest over there. I will take it. I don't think that's close enough for me to hit. Sorry, I'm using one hand to pet Mango. She just looks so cozy. Oh. Another toy, Mango. Ah. My phone fell. If I don't respond to chat, it's because my phone fell. Yeah. Guys, help, I'm trapped. Mingo has control over my hand. So cute. You're so cute! Ah! But yeah. But yeah. Prophecies are always a tricky thing. And none of not like it's not like it it's not something that's easy to avoid too. Like, oh, it's like, oh, it's a prophecy. It's not gonna come true if I don't follow its advice. Oh, it's one of those. I don't want to collect it. What was he using for the money bird? That one. Okay. I don't feel like dealing with them right now. Ah, Mingo is Mingo-y. There. was only a child then. Only existed. He was a child? No. Yeah. Oh, the Seer's still in the Sea of Stars. No. Oh, I have to click fresh bone flowers. Okay, I see what you're doing, game. See what you're doing. I think she's probably still gonna come up here and then, but yeah.
Such beautiful weather. Perfect for a walk by the sea.
I need to collect fresh bones. Oh, where is... Hmm. She might play a bigger part later, but you gotta remember the original intro was completely different. So, not sure what Infold is planning. I will take a look at it later, Valfin, then. After you left, I sat here for several sunrises and moonsets, contemplating your words. I was gone for 5 minutes! There's so much to see and of in the world, enough for me to live life to the fullest. I admire the way you live, so passionate it is. Once I had the same courage, but I've long since returned it to time. From the boneyard to Haven Church, I spent my whole life chasing after a single purpose, and now I've walked all there is to walk, and those I thought to protect have all fallen to eternal slumber. The goal I dedicated everything to pursue has already been realized before I noticed. Looking back, I've walked long enough and far enough. For that reason, I find myself at peace with the idea of stopping. And the soul ocarina is something I've had on me since I was young, and the only thing I took when I left the boneyard. It accompanied through endless long nights, bearing witness to my highs and lows, my obsessions, my struggles, and futile helps. I have to leave something behind to prove I once lived. This must be it. Do not grieve me. I wasn't crushed by fate. I simply saw enough. Spare a moment if you're so inclined and play me a song using the soul ocarina. It doesn't have to be a fairy song, just whatever melody that feels the realest to you in the moment. The wind will listen in my stead. Awesome. I'll have to watch it later. Doing a bunch of side quests and all of that. Just having overall fun. I think a lot of people would say the original intro was better. It is a smooth transition of showing Nikki coming from her own world to our world, showing that she did not originally stay in Mirrorland. And I think the new intro could have been better placed in a different section of the story to make it more coherent overall. There's a lot of these. Oh, what's this? well, it's, oh, she wants to know about the outside world? Hmm? Hmm. I definitely want to watch. Yeah. Yeah. None of them recall a woman named Cordelia. Hmm. Maybe she's your sister? Nah, you don't look similar enough for that. Nothing. Oh, there's two people in the center. Hmm. Supposed to say that. Maybe. Aha! Just. Care and allocation register. Oh! She might have been matched with Wilhelm's mom. Hmm. Maybe that's why one of the reasons why she left. Yeah. Ariella. Baby. I'm being quiet today. I don't mean to be quiet today. I'm just pondering and also trying to crack today's bugs so I can work on some outfits. Come to me. Get it. I'm also contemplating. Really interesting and come on. There we go. Alright, alright. Trying to get unstuck. Hi. Oh. wait. Let me check. Why is this? Oh, I haven't looked at rare pieces. The what I can make. Let's focus more on this one. Ooh. I can make these. I still need pro drops. Just 8. Okay. And also very close friends. Executed? She was also the one responsible for Cordelia being brought back and executed. To her mother, the outside world was full of danger, while Haven's reach was a sanctuary. She didn't believe Cordelia would find happiness out there. So she chose to report what she had done, or rather, in her eyes, to help her friend who had gone astray. But Cordelia's fate shattered the illusion of that ideal world. My mother was consumed by guilt and ultimately chose to end her own life. That letter was her final confession. Oh! She was like, I need to save my friend, so I'll report it and have her be brought back. And then she got executed, and she's like, what? Why would they execute her? And the illusion shattered. They're showing that her friend was probably much safer out there than here. No. Oh, I'm sent a message. Yes. Yes, I know. Oh. I'm grabbing the other ones because it'd be sad to leave them alone, right? Oh, there's something over there. But yeah. I haven't had much on my mind to talk about, to be honest. Not much has happened. I've just been tired. And I've been working on the game project too, so. Then blood relative. Resisted when the Mathis, the foundations for the negations negate destiny. Gods in a physical vessel. The willful reckless actions of violent the betrayal of a shared vow. I remain forever loyal to society. To soul stripping to serve as a warning to all. Would this be a lesson to you? Do not harbor any illusions of impunity. Soul stripping. That sounds terrifying. Just soul stripping. What I'm guessing is they just essentially put her in the soul corridor and let her slowly die. Oh, this wasn't here before. I don't think it was. Nice. Oh, it's a star. I've already finished the current heart. There's nothing else to grab except for whatever this is. So yeah. So yeah. I do find it interesting how people are reacting to some of the story elements, though. Oh. So she was an orphan, and Adrelia took her in, and then also soon after left her behind. Kinda sucks. No. No. No laughing if I sing out of tune. Okay, it's the upper one. When did it reach level 100? Don't remember that. Yeah, max level's 100 for the profile. They might increase it. I don't know. These tend to be long-running games. What's this? What's this? Should purge my friends list again. I know who this is. Yeah, just some accounts haven't been on for a long time. that is the stylus battles. I need to do the stylus. Yeah. Let's do that one. So we'll do these. Wait, it doesn't specify which one I need. It just says I need to do 8. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. So that means I have to do this one. Ah! Sure. Maybe I should get a snack to wake myself up more. And some more water. Yeah, I'm taking a quick break. A little bit. Gosh. I might do some stretches too. Try to wake myself up more. Get more talking. Okay. Bake. I tried to see if I could find any leftover spaghetti on my parents' side, but I couldn't find the container. So there's probably no leftover spaghetti. Hi, Tomchi! I just came back from grabbing snacks. But yeah. And I got more water too. Yeah. Tomshi, how much do you know about Infinity Nikki? Ah. Okay. I have a question to you about prospices. I have a question to you about prophecies. How willing would you be to trust a stone that could potentially tell your future? Okay. So, the Titan King was given a prophecy that told her her people would die with their wise king. So, in response to that, she decided to soul swap with younger Titans in order to attempt to live forever. Which then caused her people to die when she did. Yeah. But basically, so far, until she used the Prophecy Stone, it told the truth about inanimate objects. Yeah. Like, the Prophecy Stone was at first being used by Malthus, and they used it to identify objects and figure out how to chisel them and how to form the tools needed to manipulate those. Like the Soul Stone, they had to make tools out of the stone in order to forge it, and they had to ask the Prophecy Stone for that. But those are inanimate objects that do not really change much over time. For a person, though, their fates can change depending on what actions they take. So, the Tyson King, looking at the Prophecy Stone, may have cemented their fate and their people's fate. Ugh. Basically, the Prophecy Stone only tells the conclusion of one's actions, but not the path that they got there. I'm like 50-50 on fate. So, I'm saying, basically, if Asa hadn't looked at the Prophecy Stone, she could have chosen a different fate, and the tragic end of her people would never have happened. But because she looked at the Prophecy Stone and was worried about the fate of her people, and the stone was saying, oh, if you die, everyone's gonna fall with you, she basically chose a path that actually did cause her people to fall with her. Yeah. But there is a chance she could have, like, chosen something else. Mingo. At any point. Basically, it's just saying the conclusion of her actions. Mango, stop changing my outputs. And the funny thing is, they're all trying to defy their own fate. True. And sometimes, even when given a prophecy, it's really hard to go against what you think is best for your people. You don't really want to take challenges and be like, I'm gonna take my chances and let myself die a peaceful death and have my daughter rule next. Because she had a daughter. But yeah, I wouldn't trust the Prophecy Stone because it's just saying the conclusion of what is to happen. Not tell me the trip there. But the problem is, if you don't want to believe in it. True. But my thought is, Malthus and Asna developed a misguided belief that the Prophecy Stone was 100% accurate with no deviation. But I think for inorganic objects, that is more true than people with their own will. True. I'm just arguing that if she had not looked at the Prophecy Stone, and if Mathis had never offered her the Prophecy Stone, none of this would have happened. True. True. To be honest, if Asuna had ever developed any doubt in the Prophecy Stone after seeing it, anything, she could have had the free will to change the conclusion. So I think it's more free will. She chose to believe what the stone was saying, because the people who gave her the stone were trustworthy in her eyes. Yeah. We actually do get to meet Asuna, the Titan King. And Nikki does ask her if she would do it again, would she? And her answer is, I had made my resolve when I took the mark of the cycle. And many people are translating that as she would do it again, but I translate that as she is not going to regret her past actions. She had made her choices, and she is going to live with them. Something that's pointed out in the lore, too. Souls with no regrets or disdain are the color gold. And hers and Titans and her both have souls the color of gold, because they most of the time die without regrets. I'm just arguing the effects the Prophecy Stone had on her fate. But I do believe Asuna understands the mistake she's made and has decided not to regret it, because she had still given her people over 100 years of peace, and that is more than anyone could ask for. Yeah. It's not a I would do it again. It's a I did what I could for my people, and I do not regret it. Yep. No! Gotta do that again. Hi. No wonder they couldn't hear anything. The stars said they wouldn't mind. But yeah. Like, Asuna herself has accepted the consequences of her actions. But I just was wondering what the people's thoughts on the prophecy stone, because that's a really interesting story device. Wait, I see a chest up there. How do I even get up there? Oh, there's a chest here. Like that. Ooh. Pretty. No, I can't climb the vines. Oh, there's another one here. Oh, they're so cute. But no. I really wouldn't call Asuna evil. So. Hmm. She did. Yeah. All of it stemmed from her desire to protect her people. None of it was perfect. True. But she had good intentions. What is with that emote, Tasha? Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. When we were stocking toys, they were talking about how new modulars usually don't go on top of the shelf, and I'm just like holding a box of a new modular that was supposed that had a home on the one of the shelves. I'm like, yeah, okay, and it happened twice. What's going on here? No. Momo's not also mushroom people. I think I can hide Nikki. Let's scooch in a little. Perfect. No, it's just taking a picture. No. And we get a scarf. That's pretty. Oh, and there's one over there. Okay. shows that some of the Mothus people did really care about the Shroomteras. No. Did a few of those. Hmm. I wanted to do some puzzles. Hmm. Hmm. I did that one. One more. Shroomteras are really unique, though. Hmm. I need 3 more. Oh no. The two is missing. Oh no.
Falulu.
Hmm. Hmm.
Nikki, I don't think that's it. That's our Nikki. Getting to the bottom of things without breaking a sweat.
That doesn't make sense when followed by someone. Definitely not this outfit. Cool, trendy. Hmm. But yeah, I just been getting a little annoyed at some players being a little spreading some misinformation about the story, to be honest. I don't mind them being misinformed, but like them being like, ah yes, this is a fact is what annoys me. When it's not really. Like, I've saw 2 instances of someone being like, oh yeah, the scars on their face is from them tearing off the Parksolian scales. And I'm like, they never even got that far. Then go stop. I know you like laying your head on the keyboard, but I'd rather you not. No. Oh, wait. right here. Oh, right there? Sorry, I was expecting to take a picture of the big building, not there. I just have 4 more of these left. Hmm. Okay. Wait. Although the only shroom shows left after the rituals are juveniles, their lifespans are just as long as those of the shroomlings. And in other words, the shroom sharers can live just as long as we can. Yeah. I see. So there are a lot of people in Malthus who didn't know the truth of why they were breeding Shroomceras and all of that. And she thought they only had a short lifespan, when in actuality their lifespan's much longer, they were just being sacrificed. No. No. Oh. But yeah. Just imagine. Like, a lot of the people actually do care about the Shroomceras. They just have rules they have to follow. They're not as cruel as the Daleks were to the Shroomlings. But they were using them as living fuel. But now they don't need to do that anymore, and the Shroomceras can live out their full lifespan now. And I'm very curious what a full lifespan of the Shroomceras look like. Because we've seen a full lifespan of the Shroomlings, and we've seen old Shroomlings. But we haven't seen an old Shroomcera. Ah. I'm curious. This game, while it may seem black and white at times, there's a lot of gray area too. And a lot of people try to simplify it as, this person was evil and that person was nice. And in reality, it's just not. Maybe I should get some tea. Tea sounds good. Hmm. Mm, interesting. Some cracks. Yeah. Yes! Ah, that's great! The two showings with the most questions. Meat! Mm. The two philosophers join together. I think something people might need to take into context is this whole area is based on ancient Greece, and there's a lot of trade with other regions, including Egypt. So it's very possible they mixed Greek with a few other cultures to give it a more realistic ancient Greece feel. Just a thought that I had. Two different areas. The same type of thinking. There's a chest there, I just noticed. I don't know how to get that. A few more quests, right? A shroomling, a shroom Sarah's and shroomling. Ooh. What's up here? The different types of shrooms. They're a new type that was that hasn't fully grown yet. You're the most common type. And you're the cultivated type. Hmm. Yeah, I'm better outfit for this occasion. Yes. I like this coloring I have at the moment. cute. I like seeing the different types of shroomlings interact with each other. Oh gosh! I'm gonna find an outfit I want to change. I guess I'll change this one. Recent for the hat. The other ones are really recent. Oh my goodness. It's the different types of mushrooms! Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go to the bottom because I know there's one here. I also have this one. No, these are strawberries. I have a lot of mushroom stuff. I'm looking for it. I know I had socks with mushrooms on it, but I don't remember. Ah, there. These. There's also these, but these are strawberries. Hmm. Order. They're not the mushroom ones, but they were. Hmm. I do believe I had some mushroom rings. I do. There is this one. I think there's another one. Yeah, there's this one too. It has a key on it. Lots of mushroom themed stuff. Sorry, I got absorbed in making something mushroom themed. I should have some mushroom glasses. I do. Mushroom bag. There's also these. There. That should be the last one, yeah. And I just have the Zara one to do. Yay! Looks like Wally. Yes, but with wood instead of full metal. Might blow it up. Just need to do one more. Let me done with this. This is a styling battles. Oh. I know I woke up a few times in the night and I would look to my right and Mango was like laying right next to my head. Can I get up there from here? Probably. The stickers are awesome. Hmm. That one has half a part on this. I just realized something. This isn't glowed up. I'm keeping the shoes though. Ooh. I forgot that was tied. Tell Sheer James to hydrate. Tell Sheer James to take a break. Nice. I will. It hydrated. I'll take a break then. Alright, I'll take a break.
Ugh.
I'll be back from my break that don't you requested. Thanks. Don't you? No. I might miss the biscuits to eat. I mean, the biscuits were already made. I just reheated them and add jam and spread, hazelnut spread. Oh yeah, another question came to mind. If someone else, before Asuna had seen this prophecy zone, if someone else asked the prophecy zone, what is the fate of the Titan people? Would it say the same thing it did to us? Like, before Asuna even looked at it, even knew about the stone, would it still say the same thing? Yeah. It would lead to the same end because Asuna did look at the prophecy stone. It might have taken a different route, yeah. Are you getting comfy, Mango? Yeah. That's the tricky part about the prophecy stone. And the thing is, we currently don't know where the prophecy stone is at this moment. So we don't know who's using it, if they're using it, and how they're using it. I ate it. It was yummy. That's great. Don't have to worry about it now. Alright. Where's the next stuff? I spot them over here. It would, right? Yeah. But I think you gotta, when using such a thing, you gotta keep in mind it's only telling you the conclusion. It is not telling you how you got there. The main reason I'm talking about the prophecy stone is I think it's gonna come back. That's true. The more detailed prophecy, the more likely you're able to avoid it. Which makes it... which ruins the point of a prophecy. So in order for a prophecy to come true, it has to be vague. Okay, bye. Have a good day at work, Tomchi. Thank you. Yeah. I think the Nikki that they met in the past is a different Nikki. But Nikki can share memories with the other Nikki. Not let me do a lot. Thank you for the follow. Oh, did I go further in there? Hmm. To finish that. Okay. Do-do-do. They are getting more complex in their level designs. In comparison, Floor Wish is much more simple. Well, this one has a lot more layers. If that makes sense. What's your style? can't do that many. Ah. Yeah, their Eureka's look like candy. Your eyes are the ultimate ruler. Thank you. Oh, that's why they deserve to be eaten. Oh gosh, I wish they looked tasty. I'm ready! Elegant, sexy Whimsy. Oh! Do we not have any sexy Whimsy? Need to get more Whimsy ones, it looks like. But I'm keeping the dress. No, not this one. I'm trying to see if a certain hat is in here. I'm not seeing it. Look at this. Hmm. Interesting. Those sheep, if they were ever made into candy, I would love it. I'm just having fun now. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna fight all of them quite yet. Don't see it on the any on the map. Oh, there. There we go. Maybe since it's yellow, lemon marshmallows. Lemon mist with the marshmallows. Yes. Well, looks like there's a quest there. Vibrant colors. Yeah. I do think elegance, fresh, spirited. That stone's gonna come back into play at some point. Not a lot to choose from it. He looks silly, but I noticed there's a few side quests just around. And I also have the styling side quest too. So I probably have a few left. We just passed one that I accidentally picked up too. What is this star shaped? Am I missing it somehow? I'm trying to find something that's star-shaped. Here. Oh, it's here. I didn't see that. I don't think I have too many side quests left, but I still have a few left to do. Yeah. And I still have to do the stylist challenges and that. This also kind of effect. I'm trying to finish first. I simply want to do the rest of the first two factions today. Maybe? Yeah, just one more person. And then this should open up. I should defeat this, and then this should open up, and I should be able to defeat that. Yeah, let's do it today. Or should I save it for next time? Yeah, let's go a little longer. It's not, these aren't too difficult. And I actually find them interesting too. Sweet, elegant and long. That's interesting. interested in the Sovereign of Sweet. We haven't had a Sovereign of Sweet before. And now the cog team. But it's very, after exploring all this, it's very obvious to tell that a lot of this is based off of Greece, ancient Greece. Maybe different time periods, but it's mostly based off of Greece. And I think they took into account that other cultures would have mixed in with Greece, so maybe that's some insight too. Maximum efficiency? Cool, elegant, divine Terra. Yeah, I don't have a lot of things load up at the moment. There's no limit on how many of these you can put on. There's a limit on how many of these you can put on. If I had more items load up, I would try to do something else. But the socks still count. Probably didn't need them. Could be ancient Rome. They literally said that the Shroom Seros are names are a letter from the Titan alphabet and a number. Pi, Lambda, Pi 10. that one. Vigo, John, Dio. Okay. I thought there was a lambda. They might have made that their own alphabet. I am tired. But it is definitely based off the Greek alphabet. Doesn't help they go more often than their letters. But it's definitely based on Greece. Just different time periods of Greece. So I am fairly certain this is based off Greece. With the philosophers and the style, all of it just goes Greece. I think they mix other cultures a little bit here and there too, because there's a lot of trade with Africa, Italy, and other regions in the Mediterranean. Who else do I have? Oh, you. But like that painting style is definitely great. Sexy sweet glow. Hmm. Nice. Sorry, I thought they were using Greek alphabets. It was llama, which is similar to lambda. But I've been looking around and like the art is definitely more Greek than Rome. Okay, let's just do a recommend. Sorry, I wasn't liking the outfit I was coming up with. The obstacle can stop us. Charge! Clear of the cug bud. Stretching.
Yup. Yeah. Help. Yeah.
Interesting. Hmm. No, I haven't. I have barely had time to play anything this last few days. Hmm. Oh, nice. And probably the oldest shrimpling they've ever seen. Always a little story before we fight the Sovereign. I'm having fun. But yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to play more Lies of P. Hmm. Nice. Hmm. Where's the theater? I've actually started up the theater. Ooh! Nice. Okay, sweet, elegant, classical. Oh. Hmm. 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 Nice. Wasn't as epic as the Sovereign of Cool in the Boneyard, but that was pretty nice. It fit the theme. Alright, I'm calling it a day. Yeah, it's a nice scene. Calling it a day. Alright. See you tomorrow for Metafoil. Bye! Like, yeah, see you tomorrow.